All right, I am here, and I'm going to be continuing the first Descendant. We do officially have Luna research complete. Not complete, finished researching, but we have yet to claim it. And I am going to claim it as the first thing I do, and we're going to go over Luna's abilities and everything that Luna is about. It took me about, I'd say, 2 days, 3 days of playing to get Luna. And we finally have Luna now. The last, I'd say I got all of the Luna blueprints in like 6 to 8 hours, maybe 6 hours of gameplay. But that's because we're already pretty end game and we were working with teammates. We did have some help along the way, but we did get Luna. We have Luna now. Luna is our 8th Descendant. And as far as their playstyle goes, it's going to be interesting. It is no doubt going to be interesting. As far as I can tell, their main ability is like a timing-based minigame. Let's use the last of these. There we go. I don't know if you use those components for anything else. The superconductor core. I don't think so. I think it's just used for that. These are what we use to get our ultimate reactors upgraded. Nice. All right, let's switch over to Luna. And as far as Luna goes, we're gonna need to just use them to get their abilities up. So this is their Q ability where you actually time your shots. Yeah, we're gonna have to just play as them, honestly. Freyna, we can get rid of Freyna preset. I'll save this as Luna preset. Luna is gonna be non-attribute tech singular. These don't seem to scale with skill power, right? See how this one says skill power times 158.5%. So as far as a module goes, we're going to look for non-attribute singular. Or non-attribute tech, rather. Because as far as the tech goes on the module itself, or the reactor itself, the skill power boost ratio is something that boosts the skill power. And again, the skill power, the only ability that Luna has is stage presence, which has a skill power. Everything else doesn't have an actual skill power. All of the tech abilities, or all of the singular abilities, don't have a skill power. So yeah, we're going to be looking for a non-attribute tech reactor. In the meantime, there's several. I kind of want to do Hagios because we need to get modules on them. Now, as far as their abilities go, it's going to take me a minute to figure out what we're going to want to aim for. And as far as their Transcendent mods go, we know that one of their Transcendent mods you can only get by defeating Gluttony. So they added Luna, they gave her a Transcendent mod, which you can only obtain through the hardest boss in the game. I wonder skill effect range. What would this benefit from? NP cost? And duration? Yeah, make it cost less. Oh, but there's no duration, though. There is no duration. There's a duration on Exciting Act and Relaxing Act and Cheerful Act. Stage Presence doesn't have a duration. It's just a constant cost. So definitely seeming like cost is what we're going to want to focus on. Regardless, let's just get into a mission. Sterile Land. Let's try Luna. As for timing their Q ability, that's going to be the hardest thing to do. And then also knowing when to use it and how to get maximum benefit from it. That's going to be a whole thing. Did they add music here? Oh my. This is crazy. How do I end it? So that is Luna's Q ability. So as far as I can tell, you just keep trying to hit the... I don't know if there's like any actual music. I can use this now. Yeah, okay. It said insufficient rounds. Does it have ammo? I need to get kills with the hand cannon. It's so crazy. I feel like I'm focusing on two things at the same time. Like, but it doesn't feel so bad. Interesting. As for like getting the actual benefits of that, if we press C, Here's our V. It turns to blue. Yeah, it's crazy. We've like got to keep it going. If we miss them, then we lose. Wait, we ran out of ammo. Where do you see your ammo? I assume this, if people are still doing this mission after the update, I assume this is still like one of the best farm missions in the game. This is probably the most skill-based style of combat that I've experienced next to Sharen. As far as like... What? As far as actually landing hits. I don't know, where is our ammo though? Oh, 30, I see. So we need to use our ability while we're using our Q. We need to use our C and our V while we're using our Q. And if we miss, what does this do? Our Z ability? It's pretty, like, reasonable in terms of missing shots. But yeah, you have a set amount of ammo as well. It's kind of interesting. I don't know exactly what our Z ability did. I know that our C, while we're using our Q, dude, this is crazy. I knew it was gonna be like, we get more shots when we have our ability active. But if we run out of ammo, then we just lose our ability, right? Then it goes on cooldown. So there's a set amount of ammo. If you miss hits, then you lose your status ability. It's pretty tough. And then, so what does this do exactly? Fearful act. Cooldown decrease. So if we hit that at the right time, we can just erase our cooldown. I feel like I can't focus on anything else because I'm focusing on hitting enemies while I'm also timing my shots. There's like no room to focus on anything else. Night, welcome. You got Katy Perry? We'll be on soon? Nice. Yeah, if you want to play together, I'm down. We're trying out Luna. And it is by far the most difficult play style in the game. It's pretty forgiving. Like, you don't have to hit it directly on the dot. I think the C is what gives our allies damage buff. And I imagine, like, as you learn the patterns, it'll get easier. This is the one that gives us the damage buff, right? Skill power modifier increase. Yeah, I like this one. That's MP recovery. So it just, the C, while we're using our Q, buffs the, buffs our skill power. And it has like a lock-on mechanic too. It's pretty fair though. Like you can miss it. Yeah, that looks annoying. It's honestly, if you get used to it and you know the patterns, then I could see people getting good at it. The shots lock onto enemies, so you don't really need to aim too well. And it's also pretty forgiving. Using our C is definitely the thing to use. It's pretty forgiving. We're already full on reactors at this point. We need non-attribute tech. Yeah, honestly, it as far as like just chill farm gameplay, like this is not. It's just not. Like, I can see a lot of players trying this and then just being like, yeah, I'm gonna go back to AoE farm Bunny or AoE farm Valby. But you can clearly see the pattern, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1. If you just get that down and you learn it, like, you barely even need to focus on, you can just keep that pattern in the back of your mind without needing to, like, really, it's not random is what I'm trying to say, right? But then it changes. I had my ability canceled twice in a row. Noticed something yesterday. Your mounted gun for reactor 160 boost only works when you're actually using the weapon for... Yes. That I've said that before. The ultimate reactors you don't want to be using unless you have the ultimate weapon in your hands constantly. I don't know why doesn't it let me use it? I'm trying to use my C and my V, but it's just not letting me. You're saying? So using your skills with mounted gun, you only get 160? I never knew. I thought as long as you have it mounted, everything... No. You need it in your hands. Yeah. Again, there's so many things in this game that they just, like, don't explain. Because the way the regular rare reactors work, you don't need it in your hand. But the ultimate reactors, you need in your hand. So... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I can't use my C ability. Yeah, they really don't explain that. They show it in the UI, kind of, but it just highlights it. There's no, like... It just grays it out or highlights it. There's no, like, check mark next to it or anything. And as far as I can tell, I didn't... It, like, maybe in the Descendant instructor text or something, there was something, but, yeah. Just like how they don't explain the Frostwalker mechanics at all. But, yeah, I don't know... I think I need to use it while I'm... Yeah, while I'm hitting it. There we go. Yeah, that worked. I need to hit it while I'm shooting. Like, you need to time your ability while you're shooting. Oh, here we go. Fusion skill. Yeah, but skill power for the other ones doesn't matter. That's the thing. The ultimate reactors in the game are absolutely one of those things that you come to realize that they're not so ultimate. And I kind of joked around in a previous stream where I'm like, the ultimate reactors are not so ultimate after all. They're unlike the ultimate weapons in the game. The ultimate reactors are like a spam drop. In my opinion. Where you just get so many of them and 99.99% are just worthless. They either don't have the skill power boost that you need, they don't have the optimization condition, or they don't have the attribute rolls. Yeah, I'll save this preset. I don't even look at I'm so glad that I don't even need to look at rare external components anymore. If it's not ultimate, then we're not going to use it. Yeah, we'll save Luna preset. Sure. As far as replacing the Freyna preset, we only ever really use Freyna for specific void shards. It's just not necessary to have a preset. I'd rather have a, yeah. Like, as far as I can tell, these four, Enzo, Valby, Bunny, Sharen, serve very particular purposes. And then Viessa has 2 void shard missions that she can do where only she can get that type of void shard. But yes, to reiterate, if you look at this, we have the forest gaze in our character's hands right now. It's grayed out. So, you know, it doesn't, it just highlights the mist. The mist is white, the reached is gray. It's grayed out. So it doesn't indicate that, like, yeah, you're not getting it right now. The only way to really know is to unequip and then re-equip your ultimate weapon. And then if you hover over it now, it's the mist is grayed out, the reached is white now. With the Thunder Cage mounting, with the check mark. There should be like a green check mark or something, or like when you're in the mist, like for instance, the UI is just not indicative and they just don't explain it. Like when you're looking at this, the reached skill power 160% shouldn't be green. Why is it green if I'm not getting it? Do you know what I mean? Why is the reached skill power 160%? That 160% shouldn't be green if I'm not getting it right now. Yeah, well, that's my main gripe with it. So, yeah, a lot of players, I think, still don't understand that you're using an ultimate reactor. The ultimate reactors are very specific. They're very particular. Their requirements are very, very particular. So I have this reactor on Bunny, and I pretty much just use Bunny with the Thunder Cage. Like, Bunny and the Thunder Cage are paired together now. So purple is best? Well, that's the thing. Purple is best for if you want to switch between weapons. Right? But ultimate is best if you want to stick to one particular ultimate weapon. And I think the Thunder Cage counts as a submachine gun. So if you're using a rare and it says submachine gun weapon class, then the Thunder Cage will satisfy that, whether it's in your hands or not. Yeah. I might... What's the base move speed of this? 525. Yeah, but the sprint move speed is 800, which is the same as on the Millennium Frost. So rarely are you moving around without sprinting. Is that your storage? I have tons of shit in storage. Yeah, this is my storage. 140 universal better? Yeah, exactly. That's a good term for it. That's definitely a good term for it. The rare are more universal. Because you can switch between, like, as long as I have a hand cannon weapon class equipped with this one, I can switch to a sniper rifle and I'm still getting the 140%. Yeah. Yeah, as far as my storage goes, like, I just junk, like, 99.9% of everything I get. Because bag size is 103. It's 103. I'm getting close to junking. I mean, my thing right now is I hold on to very particular things. Like, I'm holding on to this for potential shield build on Enzo in the future, right? And if I take a look, I don't really need this one because this one is just a worse one of this, right? 137, 275. Yeah, that can get junked. Yeah, that's kind of my goal on that. I keep my storage as small as possible. Let's check to see. Yeah, Swamp Walker I have several things for. Let's check to see our dailies. Yeah, we're using a hand cannon. We got these 3 done. Yeah, the beam rifle is that's the thing. Like, I can't do that with Bunny because if I have my Bunny set up, they did it like, just to be very clear. If you play this game long enough, you'll come to feel it. But they did it deliberately, right? They made the ultimate reactors require that you have it in your hands deliberately so that you need to use presets and you can only have 6 presets. They did it deliberately, if you just think about it. Between that fact with the ultimate reactors and the fact that you only have 100 storage slots and 100 inventory slots, they did it deliberately. That is a conscious decision. Now, because I can't use Bunny to get my weekly done, right? But we can use Valby. So we'll use Valby to get our weekly done. As far as beam weapons in this game go, beam weapons are very satisfying to use. They just don't do the damage you need them to do. If you're trying to do a lot of damage, the beam weapons are not the way to do it. Which is why I have a weekly to use a beam weapon to kill 2,000 enemies. What was new weapon? I'm not sure. I know they added a new weapon. The Peacemaker? I think it was the Peacemaker. Yeah, I think it's this thing. Any specific farming you're going to be doing? Probably Slumber Valley, Hard Executioner, Glade Code, and then the 60 and the 61, which I believe is the Glay enhanced cells. Yeah. Glay enhanced cells, Glay code, jumping back and forth. That's how I know I've played this game a lot. I just looked at all of the ultimate weapons in the game and was able to just look at this one and know that that was the new one. I still don't know what all of the unique abilities of all the ultimate weapons do. I want the Enduring Legacy, though. I do know what this one does. And this one is a very good one. It is right up there with the Thunder Cage in terms of utility. The craftsmanship unique ability is the thing. Quenching with a burned enemy increases flat firearm attack. It's very good. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. I want to. I have none. Farming it is hell, though, I found. Getting the Enduring Legacy isn't too bad. We got Nightmare prefix title. Interesting. Fanatic. We got Luna and we got Fanatic prefix title. Nightmare Fanatic. Yeah, those are both prefixes, though. Feels like one of them should be a suffix. I don't know which one, though. Yeah, so the Enduring Legacy... I would personally go for this. The 101. Shipment base 101. And then the 65. But yeah, so farming that is going to be its own thing. I don't know if I care as much as Glay. Let's do Hard Slumber Valley. I don't mind the cycle. Hard Slumber Valley, Hard Executioner, and then we have the Outpost at Sterile Lands, Outpost, subsequent Void Fusion Reactor, and Void Shards. But yeah, the ultimate Glaive farm is probably the hardest farm that I've experienced in this game. And hardest, I mean, not necessarily a hardest. It just takes the most time to roll one time for a 6%. So what I really mean is the lowest chance in the longest amount of time. Finishing breakfast, 15 mins. I should be done with this in time. This, I think Hard Slumber Valley takes about 15 minutes. Just let me know when you get on. I'll invite. If you want the Enduring Legacy, if we're both looking for Enduring Legacy, we can definitely do that. Yeah, as for unlocking Luna, Luna is now our what? We have 8 descendants. Luna is our 8th descendant. The Luna farm was not difficult. Yeah, I keep using I just keep defaulting to the Enduring Legacy. The beam weapons don't feel bad. They just don't do enough damage. The biggest downside of the beam weapons is that they have a flat range cutoff. I really should do hand cannon. I'm not going to be able to get the last hit on the big guys anyway. Oh, you actually need to go that way to progress it. Interesting. Interesting. So going around this shortcut, you can't. Interesting. Yeah, as far as our Valby build goes, I hate this so much. This is what I mean by, like, terrain jank. The fact that I can't get up this, it's so rough. The map design is very well done. The player interaction with the environment is not so well done. Oh, they're leveling their Luna in Hard Slumber Valley. That's an interesting decision. All right, we're gonna just have to slam the boss. You gotta love how they just teleport jump from like lower level to upper level. The end game does get to that point where it's like you find a meta weapon like the Enduring Legacy or the Tamer and get an energy activator in it, and then it just becomes better than everything else you use. Now, I have another energy activator on the way. We just used another energy activator in the Thunder Cage. Primarily because it's the ultimate farming weapon. But yeah, as far as the ultimate glade goes, you're going to be running a hard executioner many, many times. Unless you get really, really lucky on a 6% drop. That's just what ultimate glade is going to entail. The Explorer's Path as a hand cannon is not so bad. Yeah, I still don't know why that double frame drop happens. They did post in the announcement that there is a problem with Intel CPUs overheating. And I know Extra Hero was mentioning that. Or no, they said they actually had an AMD. Sometimes the recoil on this thing is oddly large. Other times it just doesn't feel like it has any recoil. I don't know if there's like a randomness to the recoil you experience. The fact that you can't jump while you're using cleanup is the one thing that makes it not OP. This is where we just use the eternal willpower. I rolled into them and we got hit by it. Yeah, they're using the eternal willpower as well. Our survivability on Valdi is just insane. Drop. I got hit by their melee. I should not have used plop plop right on them. Bubble Bullet is by far the wombo combo because we can just pop it at slam it down and then just continue firing. Yeah, 11 minutes. I think yesterday we got it down just below 9 minutes. But yes, hard Slumber Valley is twice as long. So when I say that like the ultimate Glay grind is the ultimate grind, that's kind of what I mean, right? So you do an 11-minute hard infiltration operation. And if you do it with modifiers, you can get a double drop. If you're working as a team and you have a team who knows what they're doing, you can get a double drop, which lowers it down to like 5 minutes for one amorphous. And then hard executioner, which takes another 5 to like 8 minutes, depending, to open it, to actually open the 58. And as far as I've checked, which is numerous times, there's no other way to get this. It's all hard Colossus, which of course ties directly to hard infiltration operations. So getting, I think as far as ultimate blueprints go, the only ultimate blueprint we've actually gotten has been the bunny spiral catalyst while we were trying to get something else. Yeah. And I definitely believe that people have been unlocking ultimate descendants, no doubt. But doing a hard infiltration operation with a group of people who know what they're doing halves the amount of time. And then, not to mention, the hard executioner, if you have a group of people who know what they're doing, it reduces the time to potentially less than 5 minutes. So as you can imagine, like, there's a huge difference as to whether someone's playing in a group or playing with public players. Immensely when it comes to something like the Frostwalker. You're just not able to do the Frostwalker with a group of people who don't know what they're doing. So it's important to recognize, right, as far as like my streams go, whether two very different games, like whether it's Screwdrivers, whether it's the first Descendant, you will never see me try to rush through content and like level super fast to get to the highest level, maximum level possible for various reasons. When I was playing through the story in this game, I knew it was finite. When I was, if you watch my previous live streams, when I was doing those prime hands, oh, I should have brought the, oops. There we go. Can't do it. When I was doing the prime hands in the beginning, like in the first like 20 hours of gameplay, I knew deep down that we weren't going to see that again for a while. And yeah, 50 plus hours of gameplay. I've been at mastery rank 16. That's kind of what I'm talking about, right? That's like one aspect of what I'm talking about. My recommendation when playing a game is always to play at the pace that you enjoy. And definitely do not compare yourself to other players. Especially not in reasonable PvP games. Equitable PvP, right? No rush and enjoy it? Yeah, exactly. I really enjoy the gameplay of this game. As far as looter shooters go in general, I recently did a full playthrough of all of the Borderlands games. Oh, interesting. I canceled their animation. And as far as looter shooters go, the first Descendant is a pretty good looter shooter. Like, Warframe, the first Descendant, I didn't really like Destiny 2, if I'm being completely honest. Destiny 2 just did not hit it as far as looter shooters go. I know some people swear by Destiny 2, but there's something that just doesn't sit right with me. Like the economic model of locking. Oh, no way. I think we have 2 people leveling Descendants. I suspect, yeah. If I lose here, if we don't beat this Executioner, I'm not doing Executioner again with randoms. It's just not happening. Like, I set out to do... I might just do it solo. The thing is, as far as soloing it goes, I think we got Executioner down by, like, 2 minutes remaining. So as long as we don't lose, as long as we don't all die, we have 3 death count. We should be okay. But failing a Colossus in this game is rough. Yeah, I'll happily take aggro. Just give me aggro. As far as Warframe goes, or any other looter shooter I've played, there isn't anything that feels as brutal as failing a Colossus in, like, the last couple minutes. Because it gets to the point where you are investing, like, 8+ minutes, you all go down, and then you get nothing. Logging in? Sweet. Yeah, we can do some Outposts or something. But failing a Colossus in this game, probably one of the most hardcore elements of the first Descendant. With the final masterpiece on Luna, Luna is such a different type of gameplay that it's hard to even think about what would work well on with their abilities. I don't know if these roles are something we really care about, but they are 2 ultimate roles and they're not bad. Extra Hero, welcome back. How is Luna? Luna's all right. Very, very different. And on the difficulty level, or maybe even more difficult than Sharen. As far as difficult playstyles go, Luna is the most difficult that I have experienced. I love how I just keep putting the beam rifle away, even though I'm trying to actively use the beam rifle. Like, I'm actively trying to use it to complete my weeklies, and I keep putting it in my storage. Like, that is why they added this. as a season challenge. Because they know no one uses beam rifles. That's why. As far as the supply coins go, I am just going to angle to get 50. Right? Like, we're just trying to get 50. There's still 24 days in the season. We'll be able to get 50. That's why I like her. Nice. Yeah, if you enjoy the timing and the added difficulty, that's sweet. You can swap abilities and it goes on forever. Yeah, you need to use your C and your V on time as well. At least that's what I experienced. As far as Luna's usability goes, just hope you have good teammates. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say about Luna. Just hope I respect everyone's opinion in terms of whether they like or dislike Luna or think Luna is good. My summary is going to be just hope you have good teammates. That's all I'm going to say. We can do... I'll hop on Sharen. Because 2 of Luna's main abilities buff friendlies. Like, that's part of the balance. Crit rate, fire attack. I'll keep using this thing. What do we have on our assault rifle? Nice. Yeah, this is great on Sharen. Just we need a fusion roll rather than a non-attribute roll. Let's go try for this thing. She's good with Descendants that have big ults with cooldowns. Lepic, maybe Viesa. Yeah. Yeah, Luna is a hard support Descendant. And the way they structured it by making Luna's Transcendent... Oh, are they... They're doing bunny. If they interrupt this, like, I swear, I need to remember... It's okay. As far as them not knowing... Alright. It seemed like they noticed after the fact, but I can't. Where were we going? Here, this one's sterile land. I don't even have that spawn point on the west side of this area. Interesting. After I stealth it, I'll go get it. I'm not solo queuing Luna into boss fights. Yeah, I don't think anyone is going to be doing that. Unless they have the Transcendent mod. The Transcendent mod, which specifically makes Luna do damage over support abilities. Classic having a... I mean, again, if you're going to stealth with Sharen, you just need to not do it in a public. And the thing is, like, if a bunny comes in and interrupts it, that's not their fault. Like, they're just playing the game, right? Like, that's not their fault. I feel like even her damage build is kind of troll. What do you mean by kind of troll? Like, they put it in the game as like a weak damage build to try and bait people to use it? Honestly, it definitely feels like there's some elaborate trolls going on in this game. Definitely how it feels. I don't know if it's actually the case, though. I like the fire rate of this thing way more. Are you in the mission? I'm getting hand cannon kills anyway, so. Alright, there we go. Beamed. I'm gonna go and get this thing while I'm here. Like, I firmly can't shake the feeling that Frostwalker feels like an elaborate troll. How do I even get to this thing? There's a reason why I don't have this thing, and it's because it's in some weird spot. You get these if you go down while doing a mission in the area. This has got to be it. Yeah, that's it for sure. What is this here? Unknown laboratory. Interesting. DPS Ajax? I mean, Ajax is okay. Ajax is okay. But yeah, as far as Ajax goes, their shield bubble ability is one of the draws, I think. I would need to know more about Ajax. We are eventually going to work on getting ultimate Ajax. Eventually. Get beamed. There's the 65. We're going for the Enduring Legacy nanotube blueprint, and this is the best way to do it because you also get a chance at an energy activator, Eugen, and Jaber. It's something to do, but feels like you're going out of your way, and her movement is kind of rough. Oh, you're talking about Luna? I think it's good for missions. Yeah, I mean, my take on Luna is I think it's an interesting mini game within the game, and her buffs are pretty good. But as far as my take goes, it's basically just hope you get good teammates. I like, I'm not joking about that. Like, because if you buff like an under-leveled player who doesn't know what they're doing, you know, it's like your buff is directly bound by the skill of the players you're buffing, right? This could be good on Bunny. Cooldown and effect range. But the one we have on Bunny is just too good. Again, as far as I can tell, Bunny is now paired with the Thunder Cage. At this point. It's just the fact of the matter. Because that 60% skill power boost from the ultimate reactor while holding the Thunder Cage, like, I just don't know. I just don't know what's going to top that, right? The sacrifice is, yeah, we have to use the Thunder Cage, but is that a sacrifice? It's more of just like a constraint. It's a particular constraint within like a very strong build. Yeah, we almost have our Eternal Willpower back up to 40. Between the crit rate, damage, and versus Colossus, I mean, we're good on that. We can do this one more time. I think we open it here. Yeah, this is the 64 and 65. Here, in restricted zone. Nice. Yeah, Luna doesn't seem like a bad addition, but it's catering to strictly group play, right? So you need to play with people who know what they're doing. Again, the Frostwalker in, as far as the hard intercept battles go, my firm belief is that the Frostwalker is an elaborate troll. Like, you can't tell me that the developers did that without knowing, right? Like, they knew. This is Ederlick, interesting. Ederlick is like the first boss. And I remember they nerfed Ederlick right after release because people were complaining about how many pieces of Jaber do we have now? Two. Nice. People were complaining about Ederlick because they had a double shield phase. That shield bubble we just saw, where you had to shoot the little things. Do I have, so 60, 64? Yeah, I'll crack another one. I need to remember to get ammo before I start these. Is there a... I could probably go and do this quickly. Yeah, I'm gonna go get ammo quickly. Unless one of these drops general rounds. Nope. As long as we don't restart the fight, I think it's okay. Oh no, this is a tactical transporter. Yeah, I'll use all my beam rifle ammo then. Riveting underpowered beam rifle gameplay. I really need, so for my next energy activator, I need to consider a weapon of a different ammo type. Because we have an energy activator in the Thunder Cage. And we have an energy activator in the Eternal Willpower. Right? Yeah, before I start one of these, you should definitely get ammo first. Yeah, it's the 65, which we need to open. I had a 64. Doing a hard Caligo? Yeah. Got one, need ammo? Nice. Yeah, as far as doing the void fusion reactors, like, just respawning and then getting ammo before doing the next one is necessary. Even though no other mission works that way. No other mission in the game works that way. Do you have a full set now? I still need the code and the nanotubes. They need to add more sprays that are actually good. There's only one good spray in the game. And it's the one you get right in the beginning. Yeah, this one drops the amorphous, which gives you the code. The 101, yeah. Which is a 10% chance. But you also roll on the energy activator, Kyle code, and Jaber stabilizer. Nice. I'm glad you got it. Yeah, that seems like the best way to go for it because it's a 38%. As opposed to doing a hard infiltration mission. Which is why I say firmly that... Oh my, I might run out of time. Ultimate Glay is the hardest farm that I have had to do, given the fact that you can only get Ultimate Glay code by doing hard Colossus. You basically have to do hard executioner to get Ultimate Glay code, or any of the other harder. That's the easiest hard Colossus. The trick to Ultimate Glay code is to run Slumber Valley with modifiers so you get the double drop. That's the real trick. But that's the best, as far as I can tell, that's the best you can do. Like, when it comes to the outposts, you can run them once every minute. And as far as that goes, if you're using Sharen, I mean, if you really factor in the Void Shard grind, if you factor in the Void Shards and the fact that the amorphous are a random chance drop, it kind of adds up. It kind of does add up. It really just depends on the drop rate of the amorphous itself. And that's another thing about the ultimate glade code, is that the drop rate of the ultimate glade code is 6% no matter which amorphous you use. That significantly changes whether one thing is worth it over another, as far as how much time it will actually take in practice. But as far as the perforator, or not the perforator, the Enduring Legacy, this is what we're doing right now. The 119. That's also a 10%. See? They're both a 10%. At that point, it's like, do you want to do this outpost or the other outpost? Like, then you have to factor in, okay, what void shards do the reactors take? And how difficult are the void reactor bosses? Like, that's what it comes down to at that point. Yeah, observatory is where we open this. I'll do this until I get 101, and then we'll open it, and then I'll move to something else. But as for running an outpost, like, over and over again, there are many outposts in the game. We can even do the other outpost for this same blueprint. Yeah. Oh, what? That stunned the elite predator? Dude, Shocknuts is like the weirdest ability as far as like what it stuns and what it doesn't. You can't stun mini bosses at void fusion reactors. You can stun elites. That's, yeah. As far as Sharon's abilities go, the stun on Shocknuts is probably like the weakest. The active camouflage is Sharon's best, most utilized ability by far. I don't think there's any other character that has anything like this. But as far as stunning enemies goes, like, I rarely even bother. Because I don't know, I can't remember, like, oh, this enemy can get stunned, this enemy can't. You know what I mean? Just like, I just don't use it. It also doesn't do any damage, flat out. You definitely can't stun Colossus with it. I know that. Want Sharen next? Enzo should be ready. Nice. Recombined cell cabaret. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just gonna run this until I finally get one. Which, you know, with pure RNG, we could do this technically 100 times and still not get one. There is an actual non-zero chance that I run this outpost 100 times and I don't get a single one. I took out the wrong weapon. How many hand cannon kills do we have at this point? $357. We need another 150. That's not bad. The beam rifle, I don't even know if I care, dude. Like, it's so arbitrary. It just feels so arbitrary when the developers do something like that. Where it's like, this one's 500 with the hand cannon. This one's 2,000. Same XP, same supply coins. It's like, why is this one 500 and this one's 2,000? I don't know. They put a number there. They decided on a number, and the number they decided was good, and that's what they went with. I honestly am debating whether I even care to use the beam rifle to even deal with that. I want to get a hand cannon that doesn't suck. That's what I really want. Classic, using Sharon's ability, and right as I get it off, everything's dead anyway. Classic. As far as the access info goes, I should probably just go for when I track something. I think there's a way to do it like this. There we go. Yeah, track it like that. The Nazastra? Yeah, that's one of the ones you get in the beginning. I think the perforator is probably the one. But again, it's like ammo conservation with the impact rounds. It's like the Silly Weeper. The reason why I'm using the Explorer's Path, I might just go with the Explorer's Path. This is going to be that outpost where I actually do it 20 times and I don't get a single one. It's going to be that one. Going to be it. I'm wondering, what was the other one while I'm thinking about it? So this is the one for the blueprint. For the code, this is the one for the nanotube, which was the sterile land. Yeah, this one, 65. 65. And then track that one. There we go. Nice. That way I don't need to constantly select it. I know exactly what amorphous, and I can just acquisition info. It tells me exactly the outpost. That seems like the better way to do it. There's the 100, which is not the 101. I don't know, do we... Where do we bring it? Observatory, right? Here. Yeah, we need the 101. The 100 doesn't drop what we need. Fusion code, Jaber code, Afterglow sword. So, not bad. But if we're going for the Enduring Legacy, we need the 101. I'll roll this like 3 more times. And then I want to do some Luna gold farming. Agios gold farm. We'll get Luna leveled up. I don't mind Luna gameplay, but very situational. And yeah, you can't use Luna solo. Like, as far as Luna's abilities go, exciting act and relaxing act. Like, even in the animations for the ability, they show a teammate standing next to you. 100s only? I mean, this thing does drop the 101. 5 to 25%. That 5-25% is kind of like a... Is it a 5% or is it a 25%? A lot of the time it feels like a 25%. Some of the time it feels like a 5%. This one is feeling more like a 5%. But as far as that goes on screen, we've gotten the shape stabilizer before we've gotten the 101. That is pure RNG. All right, one more time after this, and then we go Luna Gold Farm, either at Fortress Outskirts or Aggie. Well, the thing with the Void Shards, I actually don't mind doing the special operations now that they drop Void Shards. They actually made the special operations barely worth doing. And my suspicion, my conspiratorial suspicion, so take this with a grain of salt, is that they buffed the drop rate of the Amorphous at the special operations. Because since the update, before the update, I didn't get any Amorphous drops on the special operations. And now I get one like maybe once every other wave at this point. That's my conspiratorial They made special operations better, just flat out. XP character farm, yeah, the special operations on release were bad, just flat out, like, you just not worth the time. You just like didn't get much gold. You get no weapon drops, no reactor drops, no module drops. It's just purely XP gold and then a chance at an Amorphous. But now you get void shards and you get way more gold. And I suspect they increased the amount of Amorphous that drop. So, at least my... Electric Singular. That Outpost was dropping Electric Singular, which is interesting. Because that is Bunny's... Bunny's combo. Skill effect range and skill crit rate. The skill crit rate is not what we want. This one is close. It's close because it does have assault rifle, so yeah, we need to find a non-attribute tech. Yeah, submachine gun mounting on a electric singular would be good as well, because that would allow us to use the Thunder Cage without actually having it in our hands the whole time. Yeah, the skill critical hit rate is just not what we're looking for, unfortunately. I really think it shouldn't give you a red dot on your modules if you pick up duplicates. Nobody cares to have a red dot here if you have a duplicate for me. People just scrap or combine their duplicates. Nobody cares. And it would be more meaningful to have a red dot if there was one that I hadn't found before, right? But the red dot cycle, UI cycle, is something that just like it gets a little it's a little tiresome, if I'm being brutally honest. Having to do this like every time to get rid of the like why? The consumables I kind of understand having a red dot, but at the same time it's like, well, okay, you gave me a red dot for more multi-composite receivers, which is something I get every single time I dismantle a weapon. I wonder if there's a way to just like turn that off, honestly. Now I'm interested. That game Sword of Convallaria got me like thinking about red dots in the UI, and I'm just like, man. Yeah, I don't see anything in terms of like UI or a HUD. Interesting. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's get the beam rifle on Luna and gold farm Hagios. Beam farming. Well, the thing with Luna, this is the interesting thing with Luna, is that when you're using your Q, you're not using any of your other weapons. So like Luna's main ability requires that they don't use their weapons. You know what I mean? Like you're using a unique weapon. Which is very different compared. I know Lepic has that, right? But that's for Lepic's ultimate. That's like Lepic's ultimate ability. And you only use that once every what, 30 seconds or more? Whereas like Luna's main ability, if you look at my QCVZ, all of my other abilities require that I use my Q ability. So if I just want to shoot at stuff, there's nothing that I can just be like, oh, I can just pop my lightning emission, or I can pop my putrid venom, right? There's nothing like that. It's just so... It feels like a heavy investment to even start using our Q ability. It's very different. As far as like Lepic's unique weapon, or Freyna as well, right? Freyna has a toxic machine gun that they use. Yeah, the Venom Baptism. And then for Lepic, it's Overkill, right? Those are what I'm talking about. Those are both their ultimate abilities. But Luna's is their first ability, and to use any of their other abilities, you need to use their first ability. So it's pretty crazy. It's a very like I don't want to say it feels forced, but like, what if you want to play Luna and you want to get your beam weapon proficiency up? Right? Like, can I do that? Well, you can, but if you're using your Q ability, you're not going to be using your beam rifle. Right? But I'm still getting levels on Luna, so I don't care. Maybe I'm being pretty harsh with my criticism, but I'll leave it off with you need to have Luna's a hard support character. Luna is a hard support character, and pretty straightforward outside of this minigame, right? If you use you need to use your abilities as you fire. It's very different. And this ability is the most interesting because it just flat buffs your teammates' skill power. So like if we're standing next to Bunny while they're doing their lightning emission, or next to Viesa while they're doing their blizzard, they will just get more damage with their abilities because of that. But as for using Luna solo, nobody's going to use Luna solo. There's no solo ability with that. With that ability, there's no solo ability. What? No way. That enemy just can't. That is brutal. That is brutal. The silencing enemy didn't just sap all of our MP. They also canceled our ability. Flat out. Yeah, and while getting teammates up, I miss shots. It doesn't like pause the minigame while I'm getting a teammate up. Gotta love how we're all just running into each other over and over again. I can chain it. So if I start running out of ammo... Yeah, yeah. In my opinion, they need to seriously consider tweaking Luna or adding some type of ability that you can actually use that doesn't require investing all of your DPS into your Q. I keep calling it the Q ability. It's called stage presence. There. And yes, we're using the beam weapon for our Omega weekly. Getting beam kills while we have two bunnies is quite the experience. Just always having lightning emission going around you. Good void shard farm though. As long as I'm getting those sweet, sweet void shards. This is the way to farm. I think this is the way to farm for void shards at this point. The combination of gold, XP, and void shards, and the chance at Amorphous, it, no doubt. Yeah, the fire rate of the Explorer's Path is the biggest downside. There's no buffer in the game. So if I time my click a little bit too early, it doesn't fire again. As Luna to get our weeklies done while we were trying to get kills with the hand cannon and beam weapon, beam rifle is pretty evident of what I'm talking about, right? Like, you can't use Luna's ability if you're trying to kill things with the hand cannon. They really should consider tweaking Luna. That's my opinion. Like, you shouldn't need, in order to use your ability, you shouldn't need to have a weapon equipped in your hands, the unique weapon, right? The unique weapon you should not need to have in your hands. You should be able to use any weapon. I don't know. I honestly don't know how they would even change that. But trying to get the weeklies done while using Luna is it's pretty evident, right? It's pretty evident. And the mini game is not so difficult. Like, once you kind of get the feel for it, aiming and using the weapon is not so bad. We did get the amorphous. Once you get the flow and the feel for stage presence, it really isn't so bad. Look at how many void shards we got. Look at this. For 10 minutes and the gold. I don't know if we got any mark for arrest, but definitely the Hagios Void experiment, definitely worth it. You got 2? Nice. Yeah, my conspiracy is that they buffed the drop rate as well. I think they realized that, like, nobody was getting amorphous drops. Maybe that's just my personal experience, though. I don't know. Maybe I just happened to start getting luckier after the update. I don't know. But yeah, no doubt, stage presence is it's a great idea, but the fact that you need to invest in equipping a unique weapon, and that you, for instance, can't have your eternal willpower in your hands while you're using it, is exactly what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? So it's like, you could crank the skill power of this as high as you could possibly get it. But this is what I'm talking about when I say Luna is a hard support character. Yeah. Let's switch over to, we can do bunny farm. We could do more outposts. Let's do, I need to get this proficiency up anyway. Bunny farm on Hard Slumber Valley. But yeah, Luna, I'm just gonna, all I can do is tell the truth. In my opinion, Luna feels very weak. Luna feels very weak. And I kind of laughed about it the first time I noticed it. The fact that they made it so Luna's Transcendent mod you can only get by beating Gluttony. Like, yeah. Yeah. I think it's called like Nimble Footsteps or something. I've gotten a double drop, even when not getting like full score. I don't know how that works. I don't know if there's like a random chance to get two amorphous. What? I scroll wheeled. But yeah, that's my hard take on Luna. As for people finding meta builds, we'll see. We'll see. I personally don't see any type of meta build happening for that character. We've got to be careful not to run far ahead because this is the next area. This area, if you start it, begins a countdown effectively. And we fail the mission if we're not all in it at the same time. Nice. That is what the Congas emote is for. The Congas emote is specifically designed for that right there. Can you get around this? Kinda, yeah. Interesting. I need to get the proficiency back up on the Thunder Cage anyway, so sure we're not getting our... Oh, gotta love how they just jump back and forth like that. Oh man, some of the AI is absolutely poo brand. It seems like there is potential in the hard endgame meta. Enzo with their crit rate, definitely seems like it could be powerful. Or it is powerful. Now, as for building Enzo for like maximum shield, I don't know. I still don't believe that shield is gonna be worth it. Yeah, the sprint speed between the Thunder Cage and the Millennium Frost is the same. Now, the move speed is different. Meaning, like, when I'm just walking, the Millennium Frost is slightly faster. But while I'm sprinting, I'm pretty sure they're both 800. Oh, our lightning emission just zaps so hard. It's crazy. We should be able to pretty much instant zap the orb phase. Yeah, zapped. I don't know if my mouse is like breaking or something, but there's a thing in the game where I'll hold my mouse button down and then my weapon will just stop firing. I don't know why. I don't know if that's like a known bug or something. It could also be my mouse. Get zapped to finish it off. Get zapped on. GG's. Nine minutes, not bad. How'd we get a season level up? Interesting. Almost done with this one. As far as finding commanders, yeah, I don't know. Commanders is not a enemy type in the game. There's nothing called commander. So after we get the hand cannon weekly done, we found one commander. I might have to go back on the stream, like yesterday's stream, to figure that out. Yeah, the only challenges I actually care about at this point are the ones that give supply coins. DBNO duration is by far the worst attribute role you can get. There are like 3 different attribute roles in the game that are specifically there just to just to be not good. Gold is by far the hardest limiter. We have so many shards compared to how much gold we have. And that's because you only use shards when you're upgrading modules. But you use gold for research and everything else. Yeah, focus on electric doesn't scale the skill cooldown. But that electric skill power is why our lightning emission just slaps. As far as our bunny build goes, it's solid. But we do need another energy activator. And I'm debating. It's either going to be malachite or rutile. And it's difficult. Narcissism, we tried. You don't actually want to use this, in my opinion. Because if you get blocked for any reason, it cancels it. And that skill cooldown plus 3.3 stacks up to 33%. And it will make lightning emission take forever to cool down. Probably just go for raw skill power or skill effect range. I'll probably go rutile because skill extension, skill expansion, and maximize range are all rutile. Another thing we can go for that I don't think we can go wrong with. No, we already have kicking at 15. Yeah. Yeah, we need 2 more module capacity. So we need to get bunny leveled back up at this point. We need 2 more module capacity. Once we have this, Yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. Truth. And star. Oh, can we go for star farmer? Pain? Loyal farmer? Oh man, there's so many prefixes. Depraved farmer. You need neural circuit? Okay, we can do White Knight Gulch. Nimble. I think passionate is I think we're gonna stick with passionate farmer. Yeah, as far as I can tell, sprint speed 800, sprint speed 800. So the Millennium Frost doesn't actually make as much sense as I thought it did. It still makes some sense. Oh, we could do this in, did I join this private? Yeah, we'll make it public. There we go. The benefit of joining into a map private is you can make it public, but if you join a map public, you can't make it private for obvious reasons, right? Is there a prefix title humble? I want humble farmer. I'm just a humble bunny farmer. Ooh, precision code breaker. Decent. I will say overall, I do prefer Valdi's AoE farm with supply moisture. The only problem I have with Valdi's huddles is against mini bosses with orbs. No doubt in my mind, lightning emission is better for that. And cleanup is very good for survivability and AoE farming. But again, you can't jump while you're using it. Like you can't hit anything in the air at all. Like, it's purely ground-based AoE. Whereas lightning emission is like a bubble. It's like an orb. It's got verticality to it, which it doesn't show in the animation. But it's got like a vertical up and down. It's not just flat. But for Colossus, Valby is my favorite. Because Valby is non-attribute and Supply Moisture doesn't require... Bunny specifically does electric damage. So particularly against Hard Executioner, Bunny isn't... I mean, you can use Bunny, but it's far from ideal. The amount of damage you can do with Valby's Supply Moisture is massive. So it's really a trade-off, which is cool. I like that even though they're both good at AoE farming, one is better in some ways, the other is better in other ways. I'd say Valby is more single target though. And elementally like neutral, right? So that's just the nature of it. Valby being non-attribute, Bunny being electric. Once I get enough mod capacity to get the extra skill range, it's just like, it's gonna be ridiculous. It's honestly gonna be ridiculous. Like, we're gonna be able to hit pretty much anything. From long range. We're gonna be sniping with lightning emission at that point. The extra 90% skill effect range that we're gonna get. This is on public. I don't know. Doesn't seem like anyone's joined. What is this? Oh, that's you. Oh, wait, why are you all the way? Oh, that's where the interesting. Okay. Do these drops disappear after you finish the mission? I think they might. I think killing the creatures at the end here is actually worthwhile. I don't know why people would skip the end of this. Oh, the reactor farm. Skill duration. Ooh, skill cost. This might actually be just... No, the electric skill boost power that we have on ours is just so good. We're basically looking at rolls that are the same and comparing the amount. But we do want a skill cost. Skill cooldown is actually not bad either, though. Oh, more skill effect range? Yeah, but it's going to do less damage. We're good on skill effect range. And the next mod we're going to put in is going to be... Ooh, this one's interesting. Hold on. This one was actually interesting. Skill crit rate on Bunny is not worthwhile. Yeah, I don't care about that one. This one is close. This skill duration up, that's for... You got enough? Okay. I'm pretty sure that's the electric fusion that we're using on Sharen for the skill duration up. So I don't want to accidentally junk my Sharen reactor again. And yes, that is because I have junked my Sharen reactor previously. On this, we have skill duration up specifically for the skill duration up. Yeah, we don't need this one. This one is interesting. I need to equip a assault rifle to well, obviously it's going to do more if I don't have the thunder cage in my hands. See, this exemplifies why ultimate reactors are better. If you're holding the weapon optimization condition. And I mean, this is significant, right? We're talking 5,000 skill power. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get rid of this. Like, Bunny and the Thunder Cage are just paired together at this point. So while we're using Bunny, we basically have to use the Thunder Cage because of this thing. Run around with the Thunder Cage with Bunny, massive damage. I think by leveling Bunny we'll get back up to 85. I think. Yeah. Shield recovery, who cares? Electric condense, it takes time. As far as Transcendent modules for Bunny go, doesn't seem necessary. All right, I think we're good, right? This is Sharen. This is Luna for now. Sure. Lucky, welcome back. I finished the Afterglow and got an energy activator, trying to get the Python, but never got the Python. Yeah. The RNG is strong. It is strong. Do we need hold on. Yeah, I need more polyatomic. We could farm polyatomic. Polyatomic farm is always okay. But yeah, glad to hear you got the Afterglow. As far as I can tell, that's pretty much the meta sniper in the game. Like, as far as every sniper rifle goes, that is the sniper rifle. Double frame drop. I don't know what level we need to get the extra mod capacity. What level do you need to get with a Descendant to get the maximum mod capacity? Because I know we should have more than 85 capacity at this point, right? Or is 85 the maximum? And we just use the spiral, the crystallization catalyst. Narcissism, no doubt, is how you get perma speed of light. If you want to be running around as fast as possible the entire time, infinitely, you need narcissism. Four is not bad. That means on average we'll have to do this like 4 times. Yeah, because it's 72 for one energy activator. But the thing with narcissism is, if you shoot or you get blocked by anything for whatever reason, which stops you from sprinting, then you're roasted at that point. You lose your 10 stacks and you're roasted. So it still doesn't really feel worth it. Come get goodies down below. Are you talking about the cave? Interesting. I didn't know enemies even go down there. Yeah, maybe my mouse is bugging. But I was holding my mouse click 1 that entire time, and my weapon just stopped firing. It may be bugging. Maybe bugging. That's why I don't like narcissism, because if I want to shoot at an enemy, it immediately ends the 10 stacks. And the downside is you have to balance out your lightning emission cooldown to make up for the increased cooldown time caused by narcissism. So it just doesn't feel worth it, given the fact that it just reduces. It did it again. It might be my mouse. I don't know. This is a relatively new mouse. I got this mouse like a month or 2 ago. It's either my mouse or the game is bugging and just stopping my weapon from firing, even though I never lifted mouse button 1. I don't know. If anyone else has experienced that, I'd appreciate knowing. If it's not just me, then it's probably some bugging thing in the game. Otherwise, my mouse might be breaking. Regardless, it's a very uncomfortable feeling when you're firing a submachine gun and all of a sudden it just stops firing. And then you have to lift your mouse button 1 and then press it back down in order for it to continue firing. Like, it's a very uncomfortable feeling. Because you're like, your brain is like, oh, my weapon isn't firing. Okay, lift finger, put finger back down. And it's like, why? Yeah, yes? Oh, you have experienced it? Interesting. Then it probably isn't my mouse. I don't remember that happening often at all, or if at all, before the update. Could it have been a update bug? That would make sense after a big update. Yeah, I am still getting Thundercade proficiency up, and I am leveling funny as well. Unfortunately, we're not getting our weeklies done, but the weeklies don't expire. They don't expire. I only got 8? Man, that is random. I got 24 the first round. That is very random. I don't see any more, yeah? Oh, we're good. We could do Hagios for the heat battery. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. We can do heat battery. Line up our next energy activator. We have 2 more blueprints. I know where to... Weird, is there like a double... What? Why am I able to use this one if they're already doing it? That is some weird bug. I thought that the Enzo was using their own Congas emote, but they're not. I'm just able to stand in the same spot that they're already in. So weird. I haven't seen this bug in the game before. That's why I'm marveling. I'm marveling at it. It's like Enzo Bunny. Enzo Bunny combo. Our energy activator should be complete soon. Like within the next hour. Oh no, eight hours. Never mind. Yeah, that's gonna be for tomorrow then. I wonder, did we... I don't think we have another one, right? No, we do. We do have another one. Interesting. Yeah. So we have this one, another one that's researching right now, and then another 2 blueprints. So we technically have 4 total en route. If we consider the energy activator blueprint to be the hardest thing to get. Interesting. I don't know what I'm gonna use. I don't know what I'm gonna use that on. We need to do Hagios infiltration. Old mystery. Let me check. I think the Haven drops... There's something that I wanted. Huh. I don't know. Old mystery is fine. It's really going to depend. If we have teammates who know that they can farm heat battery at that particular stage, then it's going to be... You can get enough heat battery if you farm that stage for an entire energy activator. Go private? We'll see. If they don't understand, I mean, I can write like don't. I'm pretty sure a lot of players understand. Is it, if they don't understand, then I'll just, we'll play it out and then we'll do a private. I'm not gonna like ruin the run. If they want to collect all of them, then they can do that. Otherwise, I'm just gonna I'll let them do it. It seems like only one person is actually getting them, yeah. Ooh, ultra precision. Nice. But yeah, if they finish it, like I don't I'm gonna play it out, you know? Because if they're trying to farm the amorphous or whatever, like, it's not... not everyone understands that you can intentionally draw the timer down, you know? Oh, they left? Okay, someone straight up left, and it doesn't scale. So if someone leaves an infiltration operation halfway through, the difficulty doesn't scale down to 3 players. So then you're stuck doing a harder infiltration operation after the player leaves. So in that case, I will just leave. And as for the developers properly making it scale, they might want to consider that. Ooh, this one's interesting. The developers may want to consider making it scale if a player leaves. Because otherwise, if one player leaves, then the other 3 players are stuck. Yeah, I don't think these are... This one is interesting because it'll allow us to use something other than the Thunder Cage with Bunny. As far as skill duration up goes, that is as good as or better than skill cooldown. Especially people leave in the middle. Yeah, that I don't like. I don't condone that. Like I said, I was going to stay and do the rest of the mission. I was going to stay and do the rest of the mission because if there's somebody who's farming the amorphous, I'm not going to kneecap them by selfishly trying to farm the heat battery, right? So that's something that the developers need to think about, because if there's a hard infiltration mission that allows you to farm a certain area and then leave early in a public hard infiltration mission, that's not good, because there's no penalty for leaving early. And it also doesn't scale down. So yeah, we can do it private. Now, as for doing it hard private, we don't need any modifiers, right? But yeah, if people are joining public hard mode old mystery to get heat battery, don't do that. Don't do that, because you're shafting every other person in the public match and making it more difficult for everybody. If you're gonna do it private, because you're basically using public players to get there faster. Like, just don't do that. Just don't do that. I do not condone that in any way. And the more I think about that, the more I'm like, that's weak. That's like absolutely weak. The developers need to think about that. Because the way this mission is structured, we did determine that, yes, the heat battery segment is early on in the mission with regard to fighting the boss, right? Fighting the boss takes longer than it takes to get to the actual heat battery location. And if you're joining public infiltration operations and then leaving, you're in, see, we're already here. This is like a quarter of the way through the entire mission. This is the heat battery farm. We can get it down, we can get it up to 5 out of 6. That way we just have to do the last one at the end. And yes, I will say I do fault people for leaving. And you could say, "Oh, but come on, it's the best way to get heat battery as fast as possible." Yeah, but no, it's still selfish. Don't leave a public infiltration, do it in private. So the developers either need to add a penalty for leaving a hard infiltration early, which is not the best way to go about it. Or what they need to do is they need to make it scaled down if people leave, which programmatically I imagine is very difficult, but that's probably the best solution. Right? And the developers deliberately made it so you can only get this here. This is the only place in the game. You could also say like, oh, go and do it somewhere else. You can't. You can't. That's the thing. If this I could do with an outpost or with some other type of like special operation, I would do that. But the fact that you have to do an infiltration is what makes it a problem, right? But I will say, flat out, I do fault players who leave a public infiltration after getting the heat battery. That is an actual problem. Because again, if you're, you know, a considerate individual, you'll think to yourself, what if this other person in this public infiltration is trying to get the Amorphous for Ultimate Ajax, right? Nimble footings? What? Oh, is that the Luna, the Luna mod? Or is that something else? Is that the Transcendent Luna mod or something else? Because I'm pretty sure you can only get that from Gluttony, right? Yes. Yeah, you can only get that from Hard Gluttony. As far as the Amorphous here goes, I don't know. I mean, we could fight the boss But again, it's something the developers need to seriously think about. They need to seriously think about that. If you just got it from this mission, I don't know how, because it doesn't say you can. Oh, maybe did they change it? Oh, yes, nimble footsteps. Yes. I was thinking, apologies. I was thinking of noise surge. My bad. Oh no, we failed the mission. Oh no. Oopsies. Nice, I'm glad you got it. Yes, you can get that from Hagios. Yeah, I was getting confused between, I've only looked at this like once. But these are the two transcendents. Nimble footsteps, move speed and skill range. Noise surge is the one I was thinking about. Deals damage to nearby enemies, but doesn't buff allies. Let's get you one. Yeah, if we'd have to do, again, this is what I was thinking about. That's why I got confused. Because they're two transcendent. They're two transcendent modules for Luna. Noise surge is the one that I was thinking about. And yes, unfortunately, you have to do hard gluttony. This is almost good on... Almost good for... Viesa. Is Viesa fusion? No, I don't think so, right? Yeah, Viesa is fusion. The only downside is that it's fire skill power. But everything else is not bad. Yeah, I'll hold on to it. Yeah, so the thing with noise surge and the fact that the developers decided to make it so you could only get it by doing the hardest Colossus in the game is that it makes Luna more of like a solo capable character. And not just solo. I mean, doing damage is also a group effort, too. It's just Luna's base abilities are extremely support-oriented. That's how I'll put it. Like, if you're playing Luna, you're not going to be the one on your team doing the most damage. It's just not going to happen. So it is a little bit, it's a little bit like it doesn't sit great with me that they created a Transcendent mod for a character that they know is very support oriented and made it only obtainable through the hardest content in the game. It's a little bit like, yeah. Regardless, I'm glad that we got Luna and that we've played as Luna. But as for actually getting through content, it's not going to be primarily with Luna. I don't mind. I could go back to leveling Luna, but we need to level Bunny as well. I'm trying to think about what to actually do. Why does this... Here, acquisition. We could go back to Outpost farming. Hard Pyromaniac. Seed Vault. Do I have... Did we do Slumber Valley? We could do Hard Executioner. I'll switch to Valby and we'll do that. We did do Hard Slumber Valley just earlier. So I think we already have the Kyle stabilizer. I think we got Kyle stabilizer from this. What is that sound? Is that the Python? I think that's Glay with the Python. I think that's what that is. Oh, you can't stand on top of that one? I'm pretty sure that, like, squishy sound is Ultimate Glay with the Python. We can just, like, face tank their hits at this point. I mean, not completely, but We can definitely tank a lot of damage. If I stand in the center of their laser beam, it's gonna mess me up. Like that. A single health drop. There we go. A single health drop would be fantastic. There we go. We got their center chest. GG's. We got 2 Transcendents. Interesting. I think that's like the first time I've gotten 2 Transcendents from 1 Colossus. Nice. More crystallization catalyst blueprints. Max shield and max shield. That's the ultimate Glay code grind. So hard Slumber Valley, hard Executioner. That's it. Unless you want to do an even harder Colossus, which we could. Yeah, as far as Valby goes, Valby's definitely looking good for a rutile or malachite. Now, probably rutile because this is going to reduce it to 8. Yeah. And we know that getting a malachite on kicking gives it 5. So that reduced it by 7. Which is significant. And now we have 9 capacity. Which, as far as our mods go currently, we don't really have anything. Yeah, this is 8-second cooldown. That's pretty useless against Colossus. I primarily use Valby against Colossus. Lethal Infection is interesting, but it modifies its skill power modifier, right? It doesn't scale up like crit or crit damage. Yeah. Walk a tightrope is definitely interesting. I'm interested to know, how does this scale? So it doesn't scale HP up. It scales the skill power modifier and firearm attack. Now, this sounds on paper, it sounds good. But if you're at 50% or higher HP, this is doing absolutely nothing. That is the most important thing to recognize with a module like this. And how many times have I like rolled around and like run over an HP drop while not thinking about it? You know, it's like, that's why I'm just so skeptical about investing in that, because it does seem like one of the only ways to get our firearm attack even higher, though. Yeah, we want front lines. We're gonna have to get Valby back up. Regardless, yeah, I have nothing that I can use 9 for. We can either do hard infiltration, gold farm. I don't really need gold for anything right now. See. We could do hard. Ooh, this is interesting. I know, Silent, you said that you had a amorphous you couldn't open. It would be interesting to do a hard Dead Bride to see if I could still open my 68, even though the 68 Mutant AA replaced it. See, they just swapped out the Viesa enhanced cells for the Luna stabilizer. Let's try it. We'll try it. Do I have... We'll see if it lets us open the 68. Yeah, we're still getting the proficiency on this up. We could use another crystallization catalyst in the Eternal Willpower. Weird, we were like bugging out through the air for a second. base tanking? See, like, intentionally going down to 50% HP, it sounds interesting. Yeah, all of those rockets are exactly why we have our, Oh my. I got stuck. Wait, am I using level 1 Valby? I think... probably should have switched. Probably shouldn't be doing a hard dead bride. With level 1 Valby. And yes, your HP does scale with your level. So get me out. Damn, their immune phase is insanely long. Damn. Oh, they have a slam down AoE. After they finish that phase, they do a small AoE slam. We might not be able to do this. This is why... This is why I'm like, yeah, hard executioner, and like, then I'm good. I do have like 5 amorphous. I know that hard dead bride, after you break their shield, has like no HP. Oh, get me out. Oh, I should have rolled away. They aggroed and then yeah. I should have rolled away when I saw that I took aggro. Oh no. I got full zapped. Full zapped, frozen as I was trying to snipe. Now that we have their shield down, we should be okay. It's just a matter of surviving. I think we have the DPS. It's just a matter of not going down in their blizzard at this point. We're just gonna have to outlast their plan. All right, we should be able to roast them. As long as we can just keep our damage up, we should be able to take them out before their next... they might have one more immune phase. They're going on a walk. Yeah, they've got one more immune phase. We might lose here. Alright, I think they're almost out of immune. And then after they're out, we should be good. Yeah. There we go. We had 2 minutes left. It was close. That last immune phase is what makes the difference. Oh no. It spawned like in the lava. Yeah, so this is the 68. This is the 68 AA. Yeah, we got it. We were able to open it. We got a 6% on the ultimate Glay code. Yeah, using level 1 Valby, not gaining a single level. Yeah. That mainly, as far as like Descendant levels go, I feel like it mainly impacts survivability. Because I know when we have Valby maxed out with our current setup, we can get upwards of like 15,000 HP. Yeah, we get the Polar Night external components. This is not bad against Dead Bride. But the thing is, it gives you chill resistance and chill skill power. So, I don't know. I don't know about that. The defense roll on this is great, but it has shield. Also, not as good as the defense roll we have. Yeah. Yeah, that would be good on Viesa. But having chill resistance and chill skill, I mean, it's okay. But you want chill resistance for the thing that does chill damage. You want chill resistance for the thing that does chill damage, and you want fire attack ideally. Not chill attack, but it regardless, it's in terms of like skill power, when it comes to Colossus, it's mostly a game of, at least in what I have found, it's a game of crit. Right? Like if you're fighting against Colossus, it's difficult to do a lot of damage. It really depends. Like if you use Blizzard on the Pyromaniac with Viesa, that it slams, like it chunks. So there definitely is that element. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. And we got disconnected while I was gone. That is, I think that's the first disconnect of the stream. As far as disconnects go, same. Yeah, that might have been like a server-wide disconnect. As far as disconnects in this game go, one disconnect in like 4 hours is not as bad. Still, any disconnects are not good. But one disconnect in 4 hours is... If I can just get right back in, that's not a problem. But I'm serious about that. Like, they need to fix that system. If you get disconnected, you should be able to rejoin whatever mission you were doing at the time. I'm thinking beam rifle weekly while we level Valby and get gold and void shards again. I think we're gonna do a special operation. Because the special operations are actually good now. They buffed them and they're actually good now. As for doing it with Luna though, it feels very weird. It feels like I can't use any of Luna's abilities while I'm trying to get kills with the hand cannon. Like, you need to use Luna's stage presence, her Q ability, to use any of her other abilities, and that requires that you use the unique weapon. It's not ideal. And it's not possible to get kills with a hand cannon while you're doing it while you're using their unique weapon. Oh, weird. We got a Kyle that joined, like, after the first wave. I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've seen someone join after the, after the initial wave begins. I think we're close to being done with our weekly with the hand cannon. Yeah. 87 more kills with the hand cannon. Oof, rubber band. the accuracy of this thing is added difficulty for sure. I think these waves also technically go faster because they're based on kills. I don't think it's based on timer. I think the timer is like your time limit. So the faster you kill the enemies, the faster the waves go. You gotta love the immune enemies that just do not take hits. That immune enemy also silenced. So like, if they got close to you, you couldn't hit them and you couldn't use abilities on them. A thing to notice as well about Luna, try not to poo-poo on Luna too hard, but your stage presence ability, your Q ability when you have your unique weapon out, if you get hit by one of those enemies that has the mutator that silences you and saps all of your MP, it cancels your stage presence ability. I can't do anything against them. They silence me and they're immune. And with Bunny's lightning emission does not get canceled when you get silenced. It's pretty bad. As far as my take on that goes, I just hope that they make Luna more playable. As far as the fact that you need to use your stage presence and have the unique weapon in your hands while you're doing the mini game, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I can see how people would like that playstyle. Personally, like, I'm trying to get kills with my hand cannon. Why were they immune? What? Weird, that was a short wave. Oh, Kyle's dash ability. Kyle's charge ability into the trap ball. So nice. 56. "56 more hand cannon kills, and then I can go back to playing in peace with my eternal willpower." I honestly, I don't even know. Like, I guess I could use the beam rifle to try and get another, what, 1,700 kills? Probably should. The enemies that are immune and silence, it's like the wombo combo. They stop you from using your abilities, and then also you try to shoot them, and they don't take any damage. I don't think I've gotten any marks for arrest, have I? Maybe. Yeah, we got 2. Seems like every time I do this, I get at least like 2. 2 or 3. It's so crazy how they actually stop you. They silence you and they sap all of your MP. Between the immunity thing and the shield bubbles, it just like further exemplifies why lightning emission is just like the best farming ability in the game. If your goal is to just clear enemies as fast as possible, like that's the solution. Once we get Bunny maxed out, and we get our lightning emission skill effect range, there's another module we can use, I think. I don't know if we can stack the modules. We're gonna have to see. I don't think so. I think skill effect range is like a specific thing. Damn, it is like a full-blown war zone. Looking down on that, it was like a freaking war zone for a second. That seems to be a common combo. Where it's like every time I come across an immune enemy like that I'm trying to hit, and I just see like immune, immune. And I try to use my Q ability to hit them, it's like I can't because they also silence us. So it definitely seems like some type of common combo. The biggest downside to the Explorer's Path is the fire rate, for sure. Like, this is as fast as I can fire it while I'm spamming left mouse button. That's the fastest I can fire it. But it does the most damage per shot out of any other hand cannon. Damn, no amorphous. What is the drop chance on the last wave? 52%? If you don't get an amorphous on the last section, that's just extremely bad luck. A game that I'm looking forward to seeing, like, Space Marine 2 is a game that's coming out. And I look forward to seeing it release. And I really hope it's good. I really do. As for whether it will actually be good, we will have to see. And I heard that they're going to release a early access period for people who pre-order the premium bundle. And that is never a good sign, in my opinion. giving people who buy your premium bundle early access by like 4 or 5 days is not, it's not a good sign. And I want Space Marine 2 to be really, really good, but we'll see. We'll see. The most interesting thing by far is the fact that they're adding PvP to it, flat out. I gotta stop messing around with the hand cannon. These levels are getting more difficult now. How many more kills do we need? Did we get it? I think we got it. Yeah, we did it. We're good. Oh my. I'm silenced. Speed Freaks is coming out in like 3 days. And I am going to be streaming it. Speed Freaks is a free-to-play Warhammer-themed car combat game. And I do look forward to it. I played the first beta. I played the second beta. I streamed all of it. The last video I made is actually a video of the first Speed Freaks beta, like a year ago. As for whether it will be good, we will find out in about 3 days. I enjoyed the gameplay of Speed Freaks. So I can't say whether I recommend it yet, but what I remember from the betas is that it was pretty enjoyable. Now, the biggest concern is, number one, pay to win, right? The second biggest concern is server stability. I didn't have a single issue with server stability in the betas, but it is free to play, and they did indicate that there is some type of system to upgrade your vehicles. And it is a PvP game, so we'll see. The biggest concerns are pay to win, server stability, and replayability, right? Like, how many hours of gameplay can you get in before it just becomes, like, extremely boring? So I am going to be streaming that in 3 days. It will be interesting to find out. And it is going to be free to play. As far as like a good car combat game goes, it would be pretty nice to have something like that. The last car combat game, well, the most iconic car combat game that I've played is Twisted Metal. Twisted Metal is by far the most iconic car combat PvP based game that I know of. And obviously so, because I remember what it's called and I remember clearly playing it. Outside of Twisted Metal, I don't really know of any other. There's like RoboCraft, but that's different because there's construction. Crossout, which is another like free to play, but that's another construction style. Nice. We did it. Yeah, that's a lot of void shards. We did 40 million damage. So as far as Speed Freaks goes, it'll be interesting. Space Marine 2 is another game that's coming out. Let me check when that's actually. Space Marine 2 is not going to be free. And it's not a good sign that they are giving people who pre-order so I'm reading it right now. Pre-purchase this edition and play the game starting 4 days ahead of full release. And yes, the base game is $60. The 4-day ahead of release is $90. So you pay $30 more to get 4 days ahead of full release. That is never a good sign. I'm just going to put that forewarning out for Space Marine 2. I, at this point, do not recommend paying more money to get 4 days of early release access. Wait until the game comes out. Check the reviews. 4 days is not a long time. And the game at base is $60. So it's going to have to do something really amazing to make it worth $60. At the current time, I've put $10 into the first Descendant. And I'm waiting until Season 1 to consider putting more money in. To put it into perspective, I've enjoyed this game quite a bit. I've gotten a good taste of it. And I have 170 hours in the game. So when it comes to $60, like, yeah. OG Twisted Metal? Yeah. Twisted Metal, as far as car combat games, that's like the only real iconic car combat game that comes to mind. Let me check out Speed Freaks. Yeah, August 6th. So 2 days. Speed Freaks is coming out in 1 day and 20 hours. The only concern about that is, if I recall correctly, I had to make like a separate account. I don't know. Hopefully they don't go too far with that, because that's what made Helldivers. Yeah. With PlayStation. Similar Warhammer? Yeah, it's like a class-based car combat game. I'll stream it in like 2 days on Tuesday. It will be interesting. Aside from that, Helldivers has a new War Bond coming August 8th. So in 4 days. So Helldivers and Speed Freaks are two games that I may consider streaming in the near future. But yes, I am going to leave the stream here. Silent Night, it was great playing with you. If you've been enjoying my live streams, please consider liking and subscribing, and I will be on in the future. Thank you.